All right, good morning, everyone. Time to put everything away. So just set the game to the side. You can finish it later. Phones away, find your seats. Okay, hopefully you're doing well. It should be a nice day today. It's just a good day. You guys want to know why? It's just a good day. I woke up this morning. Okay, a pair of shoes came out. And you all know
Did you get them?
I love shoes. Dude, I got them. Man, to be honest, they're not my favorite. They're not my favorite. I might resell them, but I did get them.
It's an investment.
So they're the Jordan 4s UNC color. Would you like to see them real quick?
Yeah.
All right, let's just show the prize of today. Why it's gonna be a good day. There's not a cloud in the sky. You know what I mean? It's just one of those days. No, dude, it's supposed to be 80 degrees today. Dude, these are the shoes I got. Oh, I thought you were coming over here, Christian. Oh, I gotta walk to you guys? Not that you care. See, and it told me I got them. I secured the package. I secured it. Got them, yeah. Got them, yeah. Yep. Not that Grace cares, but I got them. See? I got them. Victoria, not that you care, but I got them. All right, so it's just going to be a good day. It's going to be a good day. And if you, no. Sadly, you still have to order them, and they have to come in the mail there, Christian. I mean, it'd be cool if it was like, got them and like at your doorstep, but it's not exactly how it works. So if you're trying to ruin my day, don't, because it's not going to work. It's not going to work. But hopefully you guys have a good day today as well. It's a Wednesday, so that also means no homework. So that's another reason for it to just be a good day. You know what I'm saying? You might also have some quizzes and tests or work, so hopefully that doesn't dampen your day down. Okay, I'm going to give you guys about only 5 minutes today. You should be done with your booklet by now, but if you're one of those people where you're like, I've kind of wasted my time up to this point. Okay, I'm going to give you only 5 minutes today. Work on that booklet. So we're going to pray, work on that booklet, and then we're going to finish most of the notes today. Maybe have a little bit left tomorrow. Review for our quiz on Friday. But this was a pretty cool lesson. Not too long, but learning about this conversation between Jesus and the Pharisees and kind of giving a description of all these different positions and people. And it was kind of cool to talk about, and we'll continue talking about that today, about the sheep and the shepherd. Okay, but give you guys about 5 minutes to finish that booklet. If you have finished, you can send it in already through pictures. I'll probably go through students. If you guys are done, I'll probably check those today if you would like. But we'll be back in about 5 minutes. Welcome back. Hopefully you have that booklet done. Where is the remote? Well, there it is. Oh, there we go. Okay, we're going to get started with the last portion of our notes. Okay, at this point we've talked about who, what groups of people. Our first one was, the blind sinner, which Jesus was talking to who? Who are the blind sinners? In chapter 9 or at the end of chapter 9. Okay, the Pharisees. He's talking to the Pharisees saying, hey, you won't be able to see until you're blind. Obviously not talking about physical blindness, about their spiritual blindness. Basically saying, hey, you need to have faith, not in yourselves, but in me, someone else. We talked about that. Then we started talking a little bit about the sheepfold, the purpose of it. Mentioning the thieves and the robbers. What is Jesus talking about or referencing when he's talking about the thieves and the robbers? Obviously going into the sheepfold, that's his illustration. But what is he talking about? We talked about this yesterday. Who are the thieves and the robbers in chapter 10? Yes, be people that are not choosing to go through the one door that Jesus said, I am the door, the way, I am the way, the truth of life, no one cometh unto the Father but by me. Those are all passages leading to that, basically saying, hey, anyone that either denies me completely or just knows me up here but doesn't believe here, they're choosing to be a thief and a robber. If you open up your Bibles to John chapter 10, if you guys remember what is said in John chapter 10, good morning, Jaylene. How are you doing? Doing a little bit better? I hope so. But John chapter 10, verses 1. Remember it says this. It says, verily, verily, I say to you, he that entereth not by the door, obviously talking about Jesus, but into the sheepfold, but climbeth up some other way. Those thieves and the robbers, those are the people that we said yesterday, they climb up some other way. Whether they believe by salvation by works or whether they believe different things like we talked about, different religions, nirvana, that they attain this peace of mind, this tranquility where all their problems are solved in nirvana. We talked about how people think because they abstain from things here on earth so they can have them later. Being a Muslim, saying, for me to atone for my sins, if I have done the things I'm not supposed to do, what did they do? They kill themselves. They go and sacrifice themselves for a holy cause, so that they might have those other things in their afterlife. So we see all these things that doing something another way. Going away from the door, not going through the door that's been presented, the door that is told to go through, to believe in. We talked about that yesterday as well. Thieves and robbers. The definition of a thief and robber is one who breaks into a house. If you go to your house and you see someone breaking in through a window rather than the door, you're not going to think they're a guest. Like, oh, my cousin Jimmy has come over now. I know he's here. No, you're going to be like, who in the world is breaking into my window, right? If you're inside your house and someone's coming in the door, you're thinking, oh, who's here? If you hear someone breaking through a window, you're like, oh, someone's breaking in. We see that definition as a thief and robber, pretty common sense. With that. I'm going to put these back up here in case you guys didn't get these notes yesterday. Jaylene, you might have not got some of these. Just because you weren't here yesterday. But I'll put them back up there for a little bit. But we talked about the definition of thief and robber. Today, we're going to be talking about the true sheep, and maybe some of the shepherd as well, but the true sheep. So open up your Bibles to John chapter 10, and starting in verse 2. Some things we've read already, but starting in verse 2. We talk about the thieves and the robbers. He talks about if you don't enter by the door into the sheepfold, and you climbeth up another way, you're known as thief and robber. So now we're going to talk about the sheep. Verse 2. But he that entereth in by the door is the shepherd of the sheep. To him the porter, what is a porter? We talked about this on Monday. Doorkeeper, door opener, the guard. A porter openeth. And the sheep hear his voice, and he calleth his own sheep by name, and leadeth them out. And when he putteth forth his own sheep, he goeth before them, and the sheep follow him. For they know his voice, and a stranger will they not follow, but will flee from him, for they know not the voice of strangers. Verse 6, this parable spake Jesus unto them, but they understood, what does it say? Verse 6, but they understood what? Not. Okay, what things they were which he spake unto them. Okay, so they don't understand. We mentioned this yesterday. Jesus gives them this illustration. Okay, people, teachers or your parents, okay, they say, hey, do this, and you're like, hey, I don't understand. So what do people do to make you understand? They give you an illustration, okay, or they give you an example. They say, hey, in a math problem, they teach you how to do the math problem, then they give you an example. Like in consumers math, there's a lot of word problems, right? Okay, you guys go through, well, maybe you don't go through them, but you're supposed to go through examples of how to do something, and then you execute it yourself. Okay, so we see Jesus is talking to these Pharisees, and they don't understand. We see that at the end of chapter 9. He's saying, hey, you're blind. So because you're blind, let me show you. Okay, let me give you an example. You don't understand what I'm trying to say. I've been trying to tell you this whole time. Right? Just like if you do a math problem or learn something new, you don't really know the answer or how to do it right away sometimes, right, Esther? Right, Noah? And you guys' pre-calc class, right? Pre-calc? You guys take pre-calc? Okay, pre-calc, maybe you don't understand something right away. Okay, so hopefully, as a teacher, okay, as Jesus is known as a teacher, he's like, all right, you don't understand? Here, let me show you an example. Let me give you an illustration. And he gives them the illustration of a thief and a robber in the sheepfold. Okay, how you're supposed to enter through what? The door. Okay, but then in verse 6, it clearly tells us, after Jesus stated that, this parable spake Jesus unto them. He gives us this illustration, but they understood not. For what things they were which he spake unto them. Okay, so we see the true sheep. Okay, these are up there for you as well, Jaylene. Are there any blanks here, guys? I don't see any lines, so I'm assuming no. Okay, but we have the true sheep. Okay, we're going to talk about this here just for a few moments. Okay, it's not too long. Okay, but first we hear the voice of the shepherd. Which verse did you guys see that you hear the voice of the shepherd? Which verse do you think are the ones we just read? I'll give you a hint. It says, for they know his voice. Nope. One more down. 4. You guys see it? Okay, it says, and when he putteth forth his own sheep, he goeth before them. And the sheep follow him. Why do they follow him? For they hear his voice. Okay, the true shepherd know the shepherds, or the true sheep, know the shepherd's voice. Because the Pharisees did not understand or recognize Jesus as the shepherd, right? He said he's the Lamb of God. He said he's all these different things, but did they believe him? No, they denied it. They said, hey, you're a liar, you're a fake, you're a fraud. Okay, you're a deceiver. Okay, because of that, they weren't true sheep. Because sheep listen to their shepherd. They hear his voice. The Pharisees are hearing Jesus, but they're not listening. In verse 6, it proves this fact. It says they did not even understand the parable Jesus just gave them. Further proof that they did not recognize the voice of the shepherd. Okay, the true shepherd, you hear the voice of the shepherd. If you're following the shepherd, if you're a sheep in his flock, okay, so if you're saved, you hear his voice. Okay, today, who do we have? Who did Jesus give us to hear his voice? The Holy Spirit. To help us, to correct us, to convict us. Okay, through his word, through his preaching, through his teaching. Okay, he's given us that still voice. Okay, the Bible tells us that. So we hear the voice of the shepherd. If we're a true sheep, you'll hear the voice. So are the Pharisees true sheep? No. Okay, they didn't hear his voice. They didn't understand him. Okay, but we also see that will not follow a stranger. Okay, in verse 5 it says, and a stranger will they not follow, but will flee from him, for they know not the voice of strangers. If you're truly saved, if you're truly a sheep, okay, someone, a follower of Christ, right, when you hear his voice, you'll listen. You'll hear it, you'll take it in, and you'll obey. The Bible asks and commands us to do two things as someone that's saved or a Christian, to be willing, and what do you guys think the second one is? And obedient. Willing and obedient. If you apply that to every part of your life, if you're willing and obedient, it'll take you a long ways. But the thing is, we complicate it. We say, oh, it's too hard, right? We see examples of that in the Bible, right? Okay, who knows the story of Moses? Moses had a lot of gifts, a lot of talents. Okay, God tried to use him in a great way, and he did use him. But what did Moses do at the beginning of God trying to use him? He gave excuses. God, I can't really talk very well. I can't really be used. I don't think you can use me. You should go get someone else. Go get my brother. Okay, go get my brother Aaron. Okay, he's a good speaker. You can use him. Okay, we're seeing Moses was trying not to be a sheep, but as Jesus being the shepherd, did he just let Moses go away? No. He kept on trying to help him, to correct him, to guide him back to the right path. Okay, we see the shepherd or the true sheep, they hear the voice of the shepherd and they will not follow a stranger. If you're truly saved, you won't follow those desires of self, right? We slip up. We might do it sometimes, but we'll hear the voice of the Father and we'll go back unto him. Okay, one sure sign of a true believer is that he knows the truth when he hears it. He also discerns error when he hears it. Countless false shepherds, okay, false leaders, false people come along all the time. We've seen them throughout history, whether great leaders or small. We've seen false leaders, right? Okay, what's maybe one large false leader that comes to your mind right away? I'm teaching about it in 9th and 10th grade class right now. Of a country that led to World War. Adolf Hitler. Okay, now did he help the Germans? Honestly, if you know your history a little bit, he did. Okay, the Germans were in a tough situation. They were very in large poverty, okay, low poverty. They were struggling financially, economically, everything because of the First World War. They were the losers, okay, so they were struggling. This guy comes in and he's basically saying, hey, I'm going to help you fix everything, which he did. He did fix a lot of things. But obviously he created a mindset, and we see where that led, okay, and it hurt them again. Okay, but we see a false shepherd, and they can be large or small. A false shepherd could be a friend saying, hey, come hang out with me and my friends. Okay, maybe end up doing something maybe you shouldn't be doing. Okay, that could be a false shepherd. Hearing the false or the liars or the deceivers and following them. Okay, if you're a true sheep, you'll be able to discern between what right and wrong by yourself. You'll be able to hear, again, that still small voice of Jesus, the Holy Spirit. Hey, that's truth. That's not truth. Now, how are we as sheep supposed to know the truth, what's truth and not truth? The shepherd has given us the way. We just have to know it. We have to read it, learn it, memorize it, understand it. Okay, he's given us the truth. Okay, a true sheep, I keep on saying shepherd, I'm sorry. The true sheep also can discern that. Okay, but born again Christians will not be fooled by a deceiver's or a non-leader. Okay, we won't believe their words. Or if they are, they won't be fooled for long. Okay, like I said, we slip up, right? I've done things wrong. I still do things wrong. You guys do things wrong. We slip up. Okay, in the Bible, because of our sin nature, we are going to sin. The Bible never says, hey, once you're saved, you can never sin again. And if you do, God doesn't love you. Okay, that's not true. Not true at all. It's not even close. Okay, we're going to slip up. The Bible says a storm's going to come and we're going to struggle. We're going to fall. But that's the whole purpose of the relationship. Okay, just like when you have a friend, if I'm struggling, usually if you have a close friend, you want to go talk to someone to help you. Hopefully, at least. Don't keep it to yourself. It's just harder. Okay, but you go to someone, whether a parent or a sibling or your best friend or a cousin. Okay, go to them for help. We see if we're a sheep and we're in struggle, who are we supposed to go to? The shepherd, Jesus. Okay, and we see that in this illustration. Okay, so a question for you, and I've already said this. We have what are some other false teachers? So we talked about obviously a large one, Adolf Hitler. What would be another false teacher, a false shepherd for you guys, personal? Anyone? Not everyone at once. Okay, it doesn't have to be something crazy. Just say, what do you think could be a false shepherd in your life? It's not a trick question. I already gave you some answers. Must I call on someone? All right, I'll say one. When sports can be a false shepherd for me, right? Sports can be a good thing, but it can be a bad thing. It can maybe consume your time. Maybe you'll meet the wrong people through it and you can't, or you want to just play sports so you always hang out with those people, or you want to do certain things. Okay, now someone else before I just call on people. What could be a false shepherd? I just need a couple and then we'll be done. What could be a false shepherd in our lives? Yes, sir. Video games. Now, are video games bad? I hope not, because I play them. Okay? I don't think they are. Now, can they be bad? Whether it's the content of a game, whether it's the people I play with, whether it's a game that has open lobbies and it's playing with the wrong people, maybe they're swearing all the time or talking about vulgar things all the time. You know, there's no control. Is that good for me to always hear that all the time, consume with it all the time? No. Okay, so video games could be. What's another one? I think I saw Esther's hand. What? I can't hear you. I'm so sorry. I struggle hearing you, Esther. Signs? Yeah. Science? It could be. Okay, why could science be a false shepherd? There's false teachings. So that could be a false shepherd. You could believe it because maybe you have a teacher that's just really good at talking and explaining things. Like, wow, that kind of makes sense. Okay, if we don't know the truth, how are we supposed to discern that something's false? That's a good one. Okay, science. And there's so many other. We could talk about hours of different things, right? And I'm sure people have before. So many different things that can consume our time and lead us in the wrong path. Okay, we've listed so many. Okay, we could talk about it and discuss them for so long. Okay, but the thing is that all those different things that we could talk about have an error. Okay, they're not leading us through the door. They're leading us through another way, to climb up some other way, as we see in verse 1. Okay, which is going to bring us to our next note, our next group of people, the hirelings. Okay, so we see the sheep, who they are. Who's the sheep? Who's the sheep? I mean, in this specific reference, okay, he's talking to the Pharisees, but the sheep is everyone. It's people. People are the sheep. Okay, people are the sheep. We see now the hireling. So go to verse 7 where we left off. Then said Jesus unto them again, Verily, verily, I say unto you, I am the door of the sheep. So we see in verse 6, it said the Pharisees did not understand, right? Jesus gives them this example problem. This ever happened in math? Okay, your teacher gives you an example problem. Okay, he goes through the whole thing, and then he's like, all right, do this problem. And sometimes you're just like, I don't understand. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, so maybe you'll try to do some formula, or maybe you'll just sit there and complete blank thought. Has that ever happened to you guys? Okay, I like math, but it's happened to me. Well, there you go. So you have a blank mind all the time. All right, but that happens sometimes. Maybe in English class, your teacher is just like, hey, this is how you do this sentence and diagram this, and then you're just like, all right, Ian, do it yourself now, or do it on the board. And you just get up here and you're like, oh, I know there's a line, and I can't remember anything else. Has that ever happened? Okay, you just blank. Man, we see that. This is the Pharisees right now. They didn't understand. They see this perfect example. They don't understand. So now Jesus simplifies it for them. He says, Verily, verily, I say unto you, I am the door of the sheep. All that ever came before me are thieves and robbers, but the sheep did not hear them. Remember, if you're a sheep, you only hear who? The shepherd. Okay, verse 9, I am the door. By me, if any man enter in, he shall be saved and shall go in and out and find pasture. Okay, pasture in this verse meaning peace, okay, or heaven. Okay, it's a reference towards heaven. You will find, if you believe in the shepherd and follow the shepherd, and you go through the door, you will have this pasture, okay, this place of peace. Verse 10, the thief cometh not, but for to steal and kill and to destroy. I am come that they might have life, and that they might have it more abundantly. Okay, but we see now this hireling. We'll read a few more verses here in a second. Okay, but the first thing with this, a hireling was someone who was paid. Right, hireling, someone that is hired, okay, paid to watch the sheep. A hireling didn't own or care about the sheep. Okay, he only was there to do what? Get paid and watch. Okay, do you think a hireling is going to be someone that goes above and beyond to do something like the shepherd would? Probably not. He would watch and just be like, that one's hurt a little bit. I'll see if he's okay. I'll just wait. A shepherd, he sees a problem, he's going to go solve it. Okay, hireling didn't care about the quality of his work, except as it related to his personal welfare. He did the bare minimum. Man, how many of us do that, right? In school, some seniors, you're like, man, I'm done with this already. I've been done all year. You do the bare minimum. I just have to do my assignments to get out of here. Okay, the easy way out. Who's ever had a job and it's like, all right, I'm just going to do exactly what I have to do to get by, to get the paycheck. Okay, I've been there. I do just what I need to do. I don't try to go above and beyond. I just do what I need to do to get by. Okay, we see that as known as a hireling. Okay, to only do anything he does is just for his personal welfare. Okay, this is pertaining to the Pharisees. Such were the Pharisees. They didn't care about the welfare of the Jewish citizens. Okay, if they really cared, they would have been helping, leading, okay, following, believing in Jesus. Okay, they didn't really care. They were just hired. They only did what they needed to do for who? For them, the bare minimum. They cared only about their own reputation and things that would further benefit their power, their prestige, and their position in life. Okay, so let's go back to the Bible, verse 11. Okay, so it says a thief does all these things, right? Common sense. He's there to steal, to kill, to destroy. Okay, but if you go to Jesus, okay, talking about the thief, again, the Pharisees. But if you go to Jesus, it says you'll have what? The shepherd. You'll have life. And that you'll have it more what? Abundantly. Hopefully you know those are our scripture verses for this week tomorrow. Okay, but verse 11, again, he says it straight and plain. I am the good shepherd. The good shepherd giveth his life for the sheep. Okay, what is he referencing there? A shepherd. What do you say, the cross? The cross. Okay, this is probably like the third or fourth time we've seen Jesus specifically say, hey, the shepherd gives his life for the sheep. It hasn't happened yet. He's telling them, hey, I am the shepherd. He just said that. I am the shepherd. I am the door. The shepherd will give his life for his sheep. He's going to do that. Now we can look hindsight and say, oh, wow, that's super cool. Jesus is telling them that. We know what happens. Verse 12, but he that is an hireling and not the shepherd, whose own the sheep are not, seeth the wolf coming. Okay, but what does the hireling do when he sees the wolf coming? You guys see it in verse 12? It says, and leaveth the sheep, and fleeth, and the wolf catcheth them, and scattereth the sheep. The hireling fleeth, because he is an hireling, and careth not for the sheep. Okay, we see the hireling cares about who? Me. Man, who in here cares about yourself? All your hands should be up. You should care about yourself, okay? It's a trick question, kind of. You should care about yourself. Okay, but everything you do in your life should not just be about you. It shouldn't be. Now, is that easy? It sounds easy. It's like, oh yeah, I'll just be kind to other people. But is that easy? At least not for me. Maybe you guys are better than me. It's not easy all the time. Okay, it's tough sometimes. Sometimes people just are really irritating. I told you yesterday, I don't like people all the time. They're annoying. Okay, so I just look out for who? Me. And now that I'm married, Mrs. Coral. That's all I care about sometimes. But as someone, a Christian, I'm supposed to help, just like Jesus shows us by example. He's the shepherd to us. We're supposed to be the shepherd to others. Helping others that don't know the truth. Hey, come this way. Hey, let me show you a way that's going to help you, that will change your life. I've heard this truth. Okay, we're almost done. Just give me a couple more minutes. Okay, we see this hireling. We saw it in verses 11 to 13. When the wolf cometh, when troubled times come, what does he do? I'm not a part of this. Let's say me and Isaac, I'm helping out Isaac with something, right? But then it just gets really hard. Okay, and then our life is threatened somehow. I don't know the situation. I didn't give a great background story. I'm sorry. Okay, but then Isaac's in trouble, okay, and I'm just a hireling. I'm like, Isaac, man, I know you, but, I mean, we're not tight like that. Deal with it yourself, right? How many times do we do that? Whether to a family member, a friend, a coworker, right? We're friends with them to benefit who? Me. Whether it's the drama, the fun, the money, right? We have relationships like that. Man, if we have relationships, again, just like Jesus does, he helps them come back to him. As a Christian, if you are truly saved, if you're truly a sheep of him, you will direct them back to who? The shepherd. Back to the shepherd, back to the door, so they don't have to come up another way. Okay? We got to understand this. It's super important. All right, don't be a hireling. Don't care about yourselves. Don't be a thief and robber. Okay? Be a following sheep that understands the shepherd. All right, that's it for today. There is no homework. Okay, remember, we will have our quiz on Friday. Remember your verses. What is it? John chapter 10, verses 9 and 10. We'll have that tomorrow. Distant learners, let me know if you have questions. We'll see you next time. All right, welcome back, Distant Learners. Hopefully you're doing well. Make sure you still review, but he's helping Esther, so you can stay there. Okay, we do have a quiz today over chapter 7. That's probably all we're going to do. Jake, I sent that to you. Kylie, you'll just take that when you get back to school, hopefully tomorrow. Hopefully everything's okay. But we do have that quiz today. I forgot to pray after the booklet last hour, so we're going to pray right now. So for those who are talking, shh. Okay, we're going to pray real quick. I'm going to give you guys just a few more minutes, like 2 more minutes to review. Okay, ask a friend, review together, it doesn't matter. Okay, once the 2 minutes is over, we'll find our seats, we'll take that quiz. But any prayer requests today? Any prayer requests? Yes, ma'am. Unspoken for Tori. Emma, please keep your chair down. Thank you so much. All the way down. Okay, pray for Tori. Keep on praying for spring formal. It looks like everything will be good, but that's coming up. Okay, only about, 3 weeks now? About 3 weeks, a little bit more than that, but about 3 weeks. Okay, hopefully that'll be fun. Has anyone found their dress yet, other than those who are just using theirs from last year? Anyone get a new dress? Grace, new dress? Any guys get their outfit yet? Yeah, right. Guys are like, I'm just going to get whatever my mom gets me the day before, you know what I mean? Whatever's in the closet, I'll grab it and I'll wear it the day of, you know what I'm saying? That is not how I am. I'm sorry.
I'm going shopping this week.
Dude, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. If you need any help, just let me know, man. I'm just kidding. Dude, he's new and improved Christian, you know? He had much time to sit at home and just grow and grow.
So much a better person than I was.
All right. So pray for Tori's Unspoken. Pray for Spring Formal. Just pray that we have a good day today in the quiz. Continue praying for Jaylene, for her arm and everything, and the second round of that shot to keep her healthy and everything. Any other prayer requests? All right, do I have anyone that would like to pray for us today, or must I call on someone? Ellie, could you pray for us today? Thank you so much. I know you just love praying. Thank you so much. Amen. Thank you, Ellie, for doing that. Okay, I'm going to give you guys just a couple more minutes to review that quiz. If you have a question, or if you weren't here maybe, and you're like, hey, could you help me out a little bit? You can ask right now. This is your last chance. Okay, give you guys a couple more minutes. Again, Kylie, just remind me you can take that quiz tomorrow, okay, or whenever you get back. Hopefully you're okay. And then Jake, I sent that quiz to you. I messaged it to you this time, so you can just take that and send that to me. Hopefully you guys are okay. We will see you guys tomorrow. If you have any questions, send it in the chat. I'll see it, but I won't be on the stream. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right, welcome to chemistry. Let's get started. We're on page 293. Page 293. In your supplement, we're going to be starting on page 194. Page 194. And we're going to get right into the types of nuclear decay. Yes, 293 in the textbook. Now, anytime an atomic nucleus breaks up or the nuclei smash together, something's going to happen. Now, we're going to focus more on nuclei breaking up because that happens more on our world, so we're more familiar with it. I am going to explain what I mean by that. However, in the sun, nuclei hitting each other is more common, but we're less familiar with it because we can't exactly get there to observe it. Okay, that's all I meant by that statement. I had some really weird looks. All right, anyway, so we're talking about what we have studied more because we've been able to do easier. Okay, really is what we're going to talk about. And we'll talk about both kinds of reaction later on next week. But right now, we're focusing more on the chemistry behind the reactions, and then we'll get to talking about the reactions in a bit. So let's talk about the types of nuclear decay. The first type is called alpha decay. It's the first letter of the Greek alphabet. That's why it's the first type. Okay. It's called alpha, beta, gamma. Again, that's just ABC. They literally named it ABC radiation. What do you want me to do? Except, Greek. All right, so that's the only difference. So alpha decay is the ejection of 2 protons and 2 neutrons from the nucleus. It's often symbolized as an alpha. However, it would not be incorrect to write it as a helium ion because that's what it is. Okay, specifically helium 2+. After ejecting the alpha particle, the atom has an atomic number 2 less than it had originally, making it a different element. For example, if an atom of uranium, atomic number 92, ejects an alpha particle, it becomes an atom of thorium, atomic number 90. Alpha particles are usually 2+ ions of helium-4 and may be symbolized as alpha, 4,2 alpha, 4,2 helium, or 4,2 helium 2+. All 4 are acceptable notations. It depends on what you're trying to emphasize. Okay, they all mean the same thing. Okay, if you're talking pure chemistry, you probably want to emphasize the helium 2+. If you're talking, we're just showing the effects of different types of particles, you probably want to notate it like this, so it's clearer what you're doing. Make sense? Cool. Let me see here. Because alpha particles are positively charged, they are attracted to the negatively charged plate in an electric field. Alpha decay is the most common type of decay in elements with an atomic number greater than 83. Okay, so as you look at your periodic table, once you're above 83, alpha decay is the most likely kind of radiation to occur. It doesn't mean it will be the only kind of radiation to occur, but it's extremely likely after 83. Okay, because at that point, you get a really large nucleus. And you got to remember that nuclei, well, actually, I don't know if you would remember this if you didn't know it. Okay, nuclei don't form spheres the bigger they get. They become more like footballs. So they actually become less and less stable because of that. Okay, so there's a lot more to it than that. I'm not getting into the nitty-gritty real deep in here. Just telling you, once you're past a certain point, it really gets harder to shove an extra proton in that space, is basically the idea. It requires a whole lot more neutrons to get one more proton in there. That's why the periodic table has kind of, I don't know what word to use. It's not finished because that's technically incorrect. It's kind of stagnated. That's not the word. Plateaued. That's the word. Okay. It's kind of plateaued into how far we've gotten because getting one more proton in that nucleus is just real hard. Okay. It doesn't mean that there wouldn't be discovered elements later on, but we're already to the point where we've created enough to where we can finish off that row because I think it was just bugging some scientists. And honestly, I get it because there were blanks in that row, and I think scientists were just like, you know what, no, we're going to force something together so that way we can actually name this thing and put it on the table so it's spots filled in. Because honestly, I would do the same thing. So, millions of dollars for OCD. I love it. All right, so anyway, so you'll notice it's kind of been filled in. I've basically, throughout my lifetime, that last row has gone from being barely filled in to completely filled in, just because scientists just kept hammering at it. But we're at the point where they're all synthetic anyway. That last row is almost completely synthetic. It doesn't mean that they were never natural. Okay, again, it could have been created in the first place, but over time have been broken down to lesser radioactive elements that we have with us. So just keep that in mind with that. So that's why all of these elements are radioactive to some degree, because they are simply too heavy. And it's literally the problem, okay, is you just have too much mass in one place. Many nuclides in this group decay by emitting an alpha particle, and so doing the mass number A is decreased by 4, and the atomic number Z is decreased by 2, which you can see in this equation. The alpha emitter americium, I think that's how it's pronounced. I don't know. It's one of those words that I keep reading, but like I've never heard it. So if I'm mispronouncing it, sorry. But americium 241 is commonly used in household smoke detectors. This is one of my favorite examples of telling you, hey, there's radiation all around you. In fact, it's government mandated. Okay, I've said it a few times this year. Okay, the reason I like this one is because it has no danger. None. Zero. It's shielded, but even if not, even if it weren't shielded and it weren't plastic housed, okay, so it's shielded with metal, then it has plastic housing. Keep in mind, alpha radiation can be stopped by a sheet of paper. Oh, right, I haven't taught that yet. Okay, anyway, alpha radiation is stopped by a sheet of paper. So it's got the metal shielding, it has the plastic thing, and then it would be stopped by the outside of your skin. So as long as you don't take apart a smoke detector, take apart the shielding, take the thing and eat it, you'll be fine. Okay? The problem is if you eat it, then it can't get out of you and it just keeps creating more damage, and that's why it kills you. Okay? So, don't eat smoke detectors, and it's not that hard. Anyway. Oh, my word. Anyway. We're done. All right, so with that, it's perfectly safe. It's perfectly fine. It's completely harmless. Okay, we've proven it. And the reason this works is because alpha particles from the decaying americium ionize nearby air molecules, allowing a small electric current to flow through the air between two electrodes. The presence of smoke particles sharply decreases this current flow, signaling the detector to sound an alarm. Okay? Smoke particles basically interrupt that current, and it's basically a tripwire. It's basically what it's doing, and then that's when it starts yelling at you. Huh?
Like from Minecraft?
Sure. I mean, real life too, but moving on. All right, beta decay is the next type. This can be symbolized by the Greek letter beta. Shocker. All right, or the electron notation here. That is a typo. That should say -1 in your notes. You should have a -1 on the bottom there. Electrons are not positive. It's a minor oversight. This is fine. Still fewer typos than in the examples. All right, moving on. Huh? What? Did I fix yours? Because mine's still wrong. Right there?
Oh, never mind.
Okay. I'll prove to you there's a typo. Okay, anyway. In the actual definition, the bold term. Yeah, in the red part on the screen, that bottom number should be a -1. Sorry about that. All right, this is the changing of a neutron in an atom's nucleus. It ejects a proton, it becomes a proton and ejects an electron in the process. I said the wrong names. All right, so basically what happens here is a neutron becomes a proton. Remember, protons are slightly lighter than neutrons, and in the process it ejects an electron. There's still working theories on how this works. Not getting into it, okay? Because quark theory basically treats electrons as their own substance, yet they can be ejected from the nucleus, which is potentially made up of quarks. No idea. Over my head. We're moving on, okay? It happens. That's all we know, okay? They're working on it. They're working on figuring out why. Basically what happens, let's say we have an element of carbon-14, okay, or a sample of carbon-14. When that breaks down, that's actually going to become what is N? Nitrogen. A nitrogen atom, okay, and it'll become nitrogen-14. But you may have noticed on your periodic table, nitrogen comes after carbon, and most of the time when something goes out of the nucleus, it gets lower on the periodic table. Well, when a neutron breaks into a proton, that's the word, then the atomic number goes up, making it Why do I keep blinking? Nitrogen. Anyway, nitrogen, and in the process it has to eject a negative charge in order to make everything correct. Okay? That negative charge literally gets shot out of the nucleus for one main reason. It has to, or it's not going to get out. Okay? So when the neutron ejects that electron, it literally has to hurl it out. I'm not actually sure why the physics are, but if not, it would just recombine and then make a neutron again. So like, it has to be really energized for that to work. Bromine can have that same thing happen, but to krypton instead. Notice either way, the math works out to where 36 minus 1 is 35. Okay, that's the big thing there. Notice electrons are considered to have zero mass. That's because they have a mass of only 0.00055 atomic units compared to protons, which are nearly 1. So, anyway. Because they are negatively charged, they are attracted to the positively charged plate in an electric field. Beta decay results in an atom with an atomic number 1 higher than that of the original atom while leaving the mass number unchanged. We see that here. With this, beta decay chiefly occurs in nuclei that have too many neutrons for the number of protons. In other words, the neutron to proton ratio is too large. It results in a significant decrease in the neutron to proton ratio. The reason why carbon-14 is unstable is there's literally too many neutrons. There's just, in order for it to be carbon-14, that means it has to have 8 neutrons for 6 protons. And normally, especially on the smaller end of the periodic table, it's 1 to 1. Okay, the carbon-12 is by far the more common one. So, by just one of the neutrons becoming a proton and ejecting that electron, now it's nitrogen-14, which is the most common type of nitrogen because there's 7 protons, 7 neutrons. Okay, so it balances it back out. Okay, so that's the reason that happens. The beta emitter, hydrogen-3, often called tritium. Keep in mind, I'm going to just refresh your memory. We talked about this back when we talked about hydrogen. But hydrogen has 3 forms. There's hydrogen, which is just a single proton, 0 neutrons. Okay, you have deuterium, which is hydrogen-2. It has 1 proton, 1 neutron. Okay, sounding vaguely familiar? Okay. And then you have tritium, or tritium, I have no idea how it's pronounced, which is 1 proton, 2 neutrons. Okay, also called helium-3. All right, so when we talk about those 3, tritium is extremely radioactive. Well, okay, I say extremely comparatively. Okay, it's very radioactive. Deuterium is just heavier. Okay, which we'll talk about its application later. But tritium, hydrogen-3, is commonly used in self-luminous watches, firearm sights, and exit signs, basically anything we want to glow in the dark. A small amount of tritium is enclosed within a tiny glass capsule coated on the inside with a fluorescent compound. Beta particles from decaying tritium continually bombard the fluorescent coating, causing it to glow steadily for many years. All right, so that's the 2 types that eject particles. Now we need to talk about just energy, or one of them that's just energy. Gamma decay releases gamma radiation, which is electromagnetic waves of very high frequency and energy. Gamma decay often occurs in nuclei that have just undergone alpha or beta decay, or that for some other reason are in an excited state. An excited state in chemistry just means that it has more energy than it should. Okay? Seriously, when you think excited state, think about a kid who was just given caffeinated pop. Okay? They're going to go crazy on the sugar rush. It's going to last a little longer due to the caffeine, and then they're going to crash right back down to a lower energy state. Okay? You all with me? Okay? If you don't believe me, just go to a little kid's birthday party and then watch what happens afterward. And it's actually kind of funny. Anyway. Where's I going with this? Anyway, so the same thing happens here when we say energized or excited. Gamma rays are uncharged, are not deflected by magnetic fields, and easily penetrate even solid substances. Since gamma rays carry no charge and have no nucleons, they do not change the identity of the nucleus. Gamma radiation from cobalt-60 is widely used in the treatment of cancer. This nuclide emits a strong gamma radiation as it undergoes beta decay. A machine containing carefully shielded cobalt-60 is used to precisely direct beams from gamma rays at cancerous tumors within the body. Since cancer cells are considerably more susceptible to radiation than our normal cells, such radiation treatment can be highly successful in treating many kinds of tumors. Quick side note, on the treatment of cancer. Cancer is one of those things that, because it's the body mutated, that's what cancer is. It's cells that have mutated, but not in a good way. And the problem with that is our immune system doesn't recognize it as an enemy because it started out as its own cell. So a lot of times, your body is actually always fighting cancer. I don't know if you guys knew that. Your body is always fighting it, and so the body does get good at recognizing it, but there's brakes that that are built in the body that they can put on to stop immune cells from attacking them, and then that's when we have to start worrying about treatments and things like that. That's when we say someone has cancer. Does that make sense? But there are constant mutations happening all the time, and your body just deals with it silently. Anyway, they just are like, hey, come take a walk with me. Yeah. All right. Anyway, kind of is what happens. And so, because of that issue, most antibiotics, things like that, are things that help our immune system to kill the thing. Okay, or they outright kill the thing. But the problem is, when they started out as normal cells, that means their only weaknesses are the same weaknesses as normal cells. So the treatments for cancers is usually the same thing that would kill normal cells. Because, what else are you going to do? This is why cancer patients get so weak the longer they're on treatment. It's because they're literally having to inject them with poison. The idea is hope it kills the cancer before it kills you. And it's really sad that that's the current state of it. That's why there's the search for the cure for cancer. That's why there's so much funding getting poured into it, because there's just no other way to attack the thing. And so same with radiation. Yeah, radiation is absolutely deadly. But again, the idea is try to kill the cancer before either the cancer or the treatment kills you. And that's really just the state of it. So yeah, these sound like horrible treatments. It's because they are. But it's either certain death or less likely death. Those are your choices. So it's very unfortunate. And I'm always hesitant to even give this conversation, because I know cancer affects nearly everyone tangentially, at least somehow. Everyone knows someone who's had cancer or something like that. And so I hate giving this lecture, but that's just the reality of where we're at with it. So you're going to talk about, or we're going to talk about elevated cancer rates and things like that in general, as we talk about some of the dangers of nuclear chemistry, because it's not without dangers. But on the other hand, we can also use the same type of chemistry to treat cancer. And so it's one of those things that, we're using the technology available to us right now, and we're hoping for a better solution down the line. All right, so does that make sense? Okay, so that's just kind of where we're going with that in general. But anyway, this isn't a biology class, so let's move on. Ordinary nuclear decay produces either alpha or beta particles and gamma rays. Typically, it's both. However, sometimes with nuclear reactions, such as particularly those we will study in section 17.5, cause neutrons to be ejected from the nucleus, forming neutron radiation. Neutrons, being uncharged, are not deflected by electric or magnetic fields and pass through many types of matter with little interaction. They are deflected or absorbed only if they collide directly with an atomic nucleus. The chief use of neutron radiation is the production of transuranium elements, which just means elements past uranium. Okay? Uranium is kind of... Hold on, let me look at the periodic table before I say this. Where's uranium? Let's see here. 92, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, okay. Uranium is kind of the highest, don't want to say natural, but it's the highest naturally occurring element that is radioactive. Again, I say kind of. We found portions of others in trace amounts, but as far as stuff we can find, okay, uranium is pretty much the last one. So neutron radiation is often used to enrich or transmutate uranium into a higher element, basically. So it will come back down to uranium, so then we can harvest the energy. Because weirdly enough, we can get more energy out of it that way. Anyway. The element plutonium, for example, is used in certain types of nuclear reactors as well as in nuclear weapons. It is produced by a reaction between neutron radiation and uranium-238. Many other radionuclides, such as americium-241 and hydrogen-3, are produced by similar reactions. Like gamma rays, neutron beams can also be used in the treatment of cancer. All right, so let's talk about how to work with these equations, and then we'll talk about penetrating ability of radiation. So let's go ahead and get right into this. What? That's what I'm trying to remember. What was I? Oh, right. If we have radiation going through an electric field, this is just kind of a visual of what happens. So alpha particles will go toward a negatively charged plate. It can be deflected out of the way if we're concerned about it. Beta rays or electrons, more accurately, will go toward a positively charged plate, which is really useful for, say, early televisions. All right, anyway. And then electrons in general, though, not beta radiation, to be clear. And then gamma rays, you'll notice, are completely unaffected. They don't care about your electromagnetic field because they're uncharged. They're just energy. They don't care about your electricity. All right. Same with neutrons, by the way. Neutrons would also just go straight out because, like, it don't care either. All right. So that's where I was going with that. Now for the example. Identify the missing particle in each of the following nuclear reactions and identify the type of reaction represented. So first of all, what particle is missing from this reaction? I'm sorry? I can't hear you. Yeah, we're missing 2 protons. So which type of radiation would that be? Alpha. So we're missing a helium ion, and it's alpha decay. Does that make sense? All you got to do is look at the atomic numbers. All right, what's missing here? We gained a proton, so what type of decay happened? Beta. So that means we're going to emit an electron, and it's beta decay, because we have to get the atomic numbers to match. All right, this one's a bit different. We're trying to find the element that will be created. So what element will be created here? Arsenic is correct. Arsenic is created, same mass number, different atomic number, and that would be beta decay because we have an electron being emitted. It remains the same, except for now it's unexcited. Okay, that asterisk means excited in nuclear chemistry. So we just rewrite it without the asterisk. And what type of decay is this? Gamma, because it's in the equation.
Wait. Then why did you leave the gamma then?
Because that was the example they gave you.
Why would they gave it away?
It's not my fault. They gave away the previous one too.
Oh, you're right.
Uh.
Well, I mean, they're literally using the symbol.
All right, moving on. All right, we need to talk about the penetrating ability of radiation. Alpha radiation has very low penetrating ability. This is stopped by a sheet of paper or even a few inches of air because it is essentially a nucleus. It's eventually going to just bounce off something else because that's what matter does. This cannot penetrate the skin, which is a good thing. Is what it is. Beta decay has moderate penetrating ability, that's what we say. It's stopped by sheet metal, thin plywood, or 12 to 15 feet of air. Okay, so you got room. Okay, by the way, notice that since alpha can be stopped by a few inches of air, like even if you're standing right underneath the smoke detector, unless you're like super tall, it's not even going to get to you in the first place. Even if it were completely unshielded, you might have a problem there. But moving on, it's shielded, you're fine. All right. Gamma has high penetrating ability, and that's an understatement. This takes 5 inches thick of lead, 2 feet of concrete. That means 24 consecutive inches deep of concrete. Okay. 3 feet of packed earth. That means earth movers have gone through and done it. Or 5 feet of water. Okay, that's what it takes to stop gamma radiation. Huh? No, separate. Those are the ways you can stop it. Sorry, yes. So thank you for the clarification. Yes? It's so easy to stop because it's actual physical particles, and they're big, relatively. Electrons can go further because they're smaller. Gamma can go the furthest because it's not actually particles at all, so you're trying to stop the energy.
Wait, so how far can gamma go then?
Yes. Okay, anyway.
Does it just keep going?
Eventually, it would run into enough stuff to slow it down, but like if you want to stop it to where you're safe, that's the protection you need.
Or if it's 100 mile away?
You're fine.
Oh, okay.
Well,
Probably.
actually, it would depend on how much. It's not just penetrating ability, it's also volume. All right, moving on. Neutron radiation, we call this one extreme. The only way to stop neutron radiation is several feet of water or concrete, like feet, like more than gamma, okay? Or by putting a neutron absorber around it, such as boron, where it will gladly accept neutrons. That's it. That's all we can do.
So lead doesn't work anymore?
I'm sure if you had feet of it, maybe. But I don't know. I mean, it's cheaper to do the concrete. It's a great question. I don't remember off the top of my head. Again, don't remember off the top of my head. That answer didn't change in the last 30 seconds.
Do they give off neutrons?
Oh, my word. Moving on. What? Because they're uncharged, and they will just, you gotta, again, remember matter is mostly empty space. So it's completely uncharged, and it's a particle. So gamma radiation, like you can eventually put enough stuff in the way, and it will absorb the energy over time. Neutrons, it's not just energy. You have a physical particle that's basically flying through the empty space in between atoms and their electrons. Because, yeah, stadium versus golf ball in the center field, most of matter is empty space, so it can go right even through an atom without ever hitting the nucleus. And it's not going to be deflected by electrons because it's uncharged. So that's why. It's just, it takes so much. The only thing that stops neutron radiation is it hitting a nucleus. So you got to give it really good odds, basically is what happens. You just got to give it so much stuff it has to hit something. What? Oh, I'm sure there's a limit. It's as much as I got. I forgot to find out what's wrong with my web server, so yeah, well, look at the picture on page 296. Sorry about that. I just completely forgot to check into that. Page 296, top of the page, you can see that there as far as the visualization of how these different penetrating abilities are. You also see a table right below it that kind of summarizes everything as far as penetrating ability, mass, nature of the ray, so on. So that's a great thing for studying. And what on earth just happened? Okay, anyway. Stupid. Okay, anyway. Digital textbooks. All right. Now, we need to talk about Half-Life and not the video game. All right, so you're going to be waiting a while. Almost as long as it takes for uranium to decay. Hey, all right, moving on. Anyway, half-life is the length of time it takes for half the original substance to decay in the new substance. This is actually a logarithmic function. And don't worry about it. You don't have to understand those in here. Okay. But the short of it is, if you have, say, 100 grams of something and it's throughout its half-life, you'll get down to 50 grams. And then in the next half-life, you'll get down to 25 grams. It's not the other 50. Does that make sense? So it's always whatever's there, half of that will decay in that amount of time. It's super weird. I don't know what else to tell you. Okay? But that's just the reality of this. So looking at this here, let's say we had 160 milligrams, and let's say its half-life is 10 years. What substance is this? I don't even remember. Oh, it doesn't tell me. Okay, great. 10 out of 10. All right, so anyway, so after 10 years, you'd have 80 milligrams left. After 20 years, you'd have 40 milligrams left. After 30 years, you'd have 20 milligrams left. After 40 years, 10. 50 years, 5, and so on. Okay, you would eventually get down to where finally the last atom converts, but like, it's going to be a while. Okay, does that make sense? So eventually, there's obviously a limit. It's one of those paradoxes. It's actually a very common mathematical paradox of I can only ever cover half the distance between here and the door, but eventually I'll walk out it. Like both those statements are true at the same time. And so it's a paradox, and we have the same thing here. So like eventually it will end, but like eventually you're down to one atom of it. So like eventually you'll get there, but like it's hard to predict exactly how long. All right, so let's consider an example. The nuclide sodium 24 has a half-life of 15 hours. What mass of a 1.6 gram sample remains after 60 hours? Okay, so let's figure this out. How many half-lives are in 60 hours then? How many times does 15 go into 60? 4. Okay, so there's 4 half-lives contained here. So to solve this, keep in mind we just showed it's a logarithmic function, right? Okay. To undo logarithmic functions, we raise it to a power. Okay, we use exponents. Okay, Algebra 2 is actually right in the middle of learning about this. You don't have to worry about all that. Just look at the formula here. So there are 4 half-lives in this time frame. So we take the original amount of substance, okay, and then we would be multiplying it by 1/2 4 times, right? That's how that would work. So we just raise it to the 4th power. All right. So we get 1/16 of it left. So that means at the end, we would still have 0.1 grams of sodium 24 after 60 hours. Okay, which is just under 3 days. What, 15 hours? Yeah. Some elements, their half-life is measured in billions of years. So like, yeah, for all intents and purposes, it's going to be a while. Yes, it's all about how reactors work. We'll get to it. I'm going to get into that whole conversation next week. Right now, we just got to focus on this. All right, so now we need to talk about activity. The half-life of a substance determines the intensity of the radiation it produces. For example, that sodium 24 would actually have pretty intense radiation. Now, I don't know what kind or how harmful it would be or like whatever, but it would be more intense because its half-life is only 15 hours. However, consider uranium. Well, you know what? Let me get into this. A substance with a very long half-life, such as uranium-238, it has a half-life of 4.5 billion years. I don't know who figured that out, but anyway. In all seriousness, you just watch the current rate and then figure it out from there. Like, it's extrapolation. It's not that hard. So its half-life is about 4.5 billion years. So for all intents and purposes, the uranium we have now was the same amount of uranium minus maybe a few grams as was created back, 6,000 years ago. It will be the same amount that our great-great-grandkids have, assuming the Earth is still here. So, yeah, that's the reality of it. It decays so slowly that its radiation is easily manageable. For this reason, uranium-238 can be safely used in machine tools, tanks, and commercial airliners. We talked earlier, actually, basically right before this chapter, about how uranium is used as tank armor. Okay, the reason why that's safe is because uranium-238 is actually extremely stable. I think I said it backwards in a previous lecture, and I'm sorry about that. Uranium-238 is the stable one. Uranium-235, I think, is the weapons grade one. We'll talk about it more later. Okay, anyway, because I can never keep it straight. Actually, you know what? It's probably in my notes. If I was smart. We'll find out. Yes. Okay. So uranium-235 is the weapons grade one. Uranium-238 is the common one. It's the one that actually we find all the time. Okay. We actually have to make uranium-235 for those purposes. We'll talk about that more later, though. All right. So uranium-238 is usually what gets used as armor. And again, its half-life is 4.5 billion years. So yes, there's radiation coming off it all the time, but like, meh. Okay, that kind of idea. For this reason, actually, they used to make uranium-coated glass, but that was its own problem. The glass itself was safe. The problem was the ladies painting it would like lick the end of their brushes, and so then their jaws would literally start falling off. And rather than admit the problem and like make safer workplace, they just basically blame them for fooling around and getting syphilis, though that somehow makes your jaw fall off. Anyway, moving on. So yeah, that was actually a problem. But anyway, my aunt actually has some uranium glass. It's really cool. It glows in the dark. Like, it's really neat. I actually should ask her to bring some in. But yeah, the way it was made was really questionable. Moving on. Hello. All right. A substance with a shorter half-life, such as cobalt-60, where its half-life is only 5.3 years, produces radiation that is far more intense and potentially far more dangerous if handled incorrectly. Notice that the cobalt is going to have a lot more activity and it's going to drop off faster, whereas cesium and americium are really going to take a lot more time to actually decay based on their half-life. Cesium has a half-life of 30 years, americium has a half-life of 432 years, which is why smoke detectors from the 50s can still kind of work. Okay, that's why. The reason they have to be replaced more often now is because we often combine them now with carbon monoxide detectors, and those have a half-life of 10, or not half-life, those have a shelf life, I don't know the name of it, of only 10 years. So they are usually sealed, battery contained, that will last 10 years, and then when it dies, you replace the whole unit because you're going to have to anyway. But anyway, the amount of decay occurring in a radioactive substance is known as the activity. Substances that decay rapidly produce intense radiation that lasts for only a short time, high activity, whereas substances that decay slowly produce low levels of radiation that may last for eons, or low activity. We're going to talk about how to measure that tomorrow, but apparently the bell has just rung, and I just completely missed the fact that class was ending. So, see you guys.
All right, so we are going to be on page number 363 right now. 12.3, the balance sheet. The balance sheet. Okay, the balance sheet is sometimes called the statement of financial position. It is a worksheet which shows the business's financial situation at a specific time. A balance sheet lists the business's assets, liabilities, and net worth. Both assets and liabilities are divided into two categories, current and fixed. Current assets are cash assets or assets that can be converted quickly to cash or used up within 1 year or one operating cycle, whichever is longer. A fixed asset are all assets that are not current assets, such as buildings, land, equipment, and furnishings. Current liabilities are debts due within 1 year or one operating cycle. Fixed liabilities are long-term debts such as mortgages and bonds. Assets, both current and fixed, are listed on the left side of the balance sheet in the horizontal format. The balance sheet liabilities, both current and fixed, and net worth are listed on the right side. Okay. The total assets on the total assets on the left side of the balance sheet and the total liabilities plus net worth on the right side should balance or be equal. Okay. So because it's a balance sheet, they both have to be the same number. Assets on one side, liabilities and net worth on the other side. Okay, they should add up to be the same. That's the way it's balanced. That's why it's called a balance sheet. Okay. So yesterday you guys talked about assets and liabilities, right? So you guys know what those are. Okay. I want you guys to work on right now. Page 365, 7 through 15. Go ahead and work on those. Okay, that way you don't have to create your own balance sheets with a piece of paper. Okay, so just go ahead and work on 7 through 15. Let me know if you guys have any questions. I believe yes. Friday's going to be a quiz. It's going to be over 12.1, 12.4. Friday's a quiz, 12.1, 12.4. So make sure you guys are ready for that. Other than that, go ahead and get to work on those problems. Yes.
All right, guys, take out your vocab books. Let's do exercise A together. Did we already do exercise A? I can't remember. Well, why don't you open your book and look at it, and then tell me if we did it together.
We did exercise it, yeah.
Nice, nice, nice. And we also did... Let's do exercise... Let's do exercise B together, okay? Exercise B, just the opposite of the word. Opposite of the word. Noah. Noah. Sit up, take your hood off. Page 88, Unit 11, Exercise B. List 11. For your vocab? All right, exercise B, antonyms of the word. Just get that to me tomorrow, okay? And you can say what you turned in for next week's homework. A little beetle just landed in front of my book. A beetle. I don't know, but it's green and it's dead.
What?
I'm just like flicking it around, making sure it's dead.
So it just landed on your thing and died?
I don't know. Like it was like whoosh. So I'm assuming it was alive. But it's like its legs are like. That means it's like all like shriveled up and dead. Oh, never mind. It's not dead.
What? Oh my god. Maybe you just got knocked unconscious?
Maybe, but that is so weird. And now it's dead. That's disgusting. Oh, I chopped one of its legs off. It's a little beetle. It's a little. I have beetle guts all over my book now.
That's pretty fun.
Should I write it for like, in case this book is ever passed on to somebody? Beetle guts. Arrow. All right, number 1. What is the antonym, the opposite of copious? Class? Meager. Number 2, scrupulous. The opposite of that? L, unethical. 3, the opposite of nebulous. E, lucid. 4, the opposite of facetious. D, grave. 5, taciturn, opposite. C, garrulous. 6, dismal. B, dexterous. Number 7, inane, mature. Number 8, preemptive. K, reactive. 9, nefarious. What was it? N, virtuous. Nefarious is evil. N is the opposite of that, virtuous. Number 10, derogatory. A, approbatory. 11, the opposite of variegated. M, unvaried. Pretty simple. And then number 12, latent. G, manifest. Okay? Again, you should have turned in your homework from last night, which was 7 through 12 twice. So if you did not do that, if that's turned in by the end of today, I'll still give you some credit. Remember, we have a lit test on Friday over Unit 6. Are there any questions on that? All right, go ahead and take out your grammar. I don't know if we'll get to Pride and Prejudice today, Esther, so sorry about that. But turn to section 28. Section 28. Okay, if you notice, we're skipping over section 27. It's the dictionary. I think everyone knows by now how to use a dictionary, and even if you don't, it's so common nowadays just to look it up on Google. So if you don't know how to use a dictionary, I could show you after class, I guess. But let's skip over that one and talk about appropriateness. Okay, there is appropriateness, and this kind of has to do with the dictionary, but mostly with how we are writing. So when we're dealing with appropriateness, it basically just talks about 28.1. Okay, let's look at it. So there are 3 levels of usage: standard formal, standard informal or colloquial, and non-standard or substandard. The level you choose depends upon your purpose for writing. All right, so let's talk about these individual levels. Okay, 28.2. Standard formal English is the most correct, most highly polished form of written English. So correct grammar, correct usage, conciseness, variety, all that we've been learning up to this point is standard formal. And standard formal is the kind of writing you would use in maybe like a research paper, obviously. So which is why on some of your guys' research papers, I picked apart the grammar and helped you with that. So that is like research papers, book reports, anything that you're turning in, or like maybe if you work for a company, okay, the email that you would use. Okay, you use super formal, like thank you for reaching out, or like just that formal type of English writing is standard formal. Okay, contractions are not used in formal writing. So if you have contractions in your research paper, make sure you use the full word. So you can't say can't, okay, cannot, don't say won't. You will say I will not, do not, all of those. Okay, so take out contractions in standard formal English. Okay, so some examples of formal usage will be: I shall accept his invitation. The apartments have not yet been completed. Mr. Potter will return momentarily. Those illustrations are indeed fascinating. So just by reading those sentences, you can tell that someone that talks like that is, they have a really good grasp on grammar. Let's read about 28.3, standard informal. Okay, so it doesn't mean that it's not correct. Standard informal is probably the usage that you would use in everyday conversation. Informal or colloquial English. Okay, the language of everyday speech. It is used to give writing or speaking a friendly, familiar tone. Okay, if I got up here and I talked like standard formal English today, or like standard formish all the time, standard formal English all the time, it would just be like super formal and kind of like boring, you know what I mean? But with standard informal, that just kind of gives your writing a little more friendly tone, conversational tone. For example, okay, I'm going to accept his invitation. You could use contractions here. You can just use, rather than saying I shall accept his invitation, you could say I'm going to accept it, right? They haven't finished building those apartments yet. Everything, that's probably what we would all say, okay? We wouldn't probably say, oh, the apartments have not yet been completed. And you think of like a princess or some kind of like, high society or something when they talk like that, or in the old, English days when they talk really formal like that. But friendly conversation is standard informal, the language of everyday speech, okay? And then 28.4, non-standard, or another name for that is substandard. Basically, that is English that is careless speech or writing that makes an individual appear uneducated, okay? I don't know. I think most of us have social media or Twitter or something like that, but if you've noticed, one of the things that people point out and criticize about people is their grammar. So, like, for example, I follow a lot of people, and it doesn't matter what they post, okay? It could be the most inspiring quote in the world, but if there is one form of grammar that is incorrect, that's the thing that the people in the comments are pointing out, like your with an asterisk, or like always correcting the grammar. So non-standard is basically that part of grammar where it's like slang, it's like different terms that people would use, like, I don't know what you guys use word, like the new terms nowadays, like lit or bussin' or something like that, okay? That's all non-standard, okay? So that is, not that you guys are uneducated. I mean, I'm pretty sure everyone nowadays knows what bussin' means, but it's like just that kind of writing that you would use, like with your friends, or just kind of make someone appear like they don't know what they're saying. So it's filled with grammatical errors and slang. You should avoid substandard usage in conversation. And the only time you should use it in writing is to depict a conversation of uneducated characters in a work of fiction. So basically, if you're writing a story and the character in the story talks that way, is when you would only use it, is what your book said. Obviously, that's not super realistic nowadays. It's so easy to talk in slang, but I don't know, that's why a lot of people don't really get grammar, or they kind of, a lot of the concepts that we've been talking about and switching around sentences and, trying to spot something that is incorrect is because to us, it looks correct. That's something we would say. But that is standard or substandard English, or non-standard or standard informal. And we should be able to, like, as long as you know what you're saying, or you know what's wrong, you know what I mean? Like, you can say it, but if you know what's wrong with it, like, at least you have that knowledge of, okay, if I need to correct it, then I could speak correctly. That's the whole point of talking standard formal, or knowing standard formal, standard informal, and then non-standard. Here are some examples of substandard usage, okay? I'm gonna accept his invite, all right? The word gonna, not a word, but I'm pretty sure that is one of the most common things that people use nowadays, right? Gonna. Them apartments ain't done yet. For some reason, every time I get to this section in teaching grammar, I think of like a southern accent. And I read in a southern accent. I don't know why. I really don't. But that sentence is like, them apartments ain't done yet. You know what I mean? Like, that's what it sounds like to me. But not southern, like a cowboy accent or something like that. All right, same thing. Potter will be back in a second, okay? Notice how the word sec is abbreviated. Within a sentence, obviously, we need to spell out seconds, okay? Actually, though, the word math is non-standard, because what's the full term, class? Mathematics. Same thing, okay? I took my exam today. Exam is substandard or non-standard because the full term is examination. So everything that is slang, everything that's abbreviated is actually substandard, okay? You learn something new every day, right? Same thing, the last one. Them pictures is real cool. Okay, obviously, what should it be, class? With a D, dem pictures. For real though, class, what is it? Those pictures. And then how do we say, see? No one knows how to correct it, and that's why we're in this sentence or in this section, okay? So those pictures, okay, is real cool. Do we say is real cool, class? We say is really cool. Or since pictures, is that singular or plural, class? Plural, so we would change our verb to plural. Those pictures are really cool. So stuff like that, as long as you know how to correct it, it's really good to know so you don't appear uneducated, okay? 28.5, okay, use a good dictionary to ensure that the words you are using are acceptable in standard formal use. That's part of the dictionary section that we skipped. In a dictionary, it kind of tells you what is correct. Actually, my mom is from the Philippines, and it makes us laugh now, but when she first started getting a job, like when she first started working, and she wasn't a stay-at-home mom anymore, she started working in a public workspace, and they actually started making fun of her because of her accent and the way that she talked. So what my mom did is she actually bought like a dictionary, and it was entitled like how to say it kind of dictionary. So every time she like posts stuff on Facebook or posts stuff, she'll like text me and be like, is this okay to say in English and everything like that. But in a dictionary, it kind of gives that example for you. So if you are unsure of how to say a word correctly, in the dictionary, it'd say, what's the standard formal use? So in college, if you're ever writing a paper that is maybe worth a lot and your professor is cracking down on grammar, look in the dictionary. That'll help you with the way that you write, okay? Turn the page, 28.6. All right? Choose a level of usage that is appropriate to your purpose in writing. So this is basically dependent upon what you are writing, okay? So research papers, obviously standard formal, okay? If you're writing a note to your friend or a note to maybe like a thank you note, standard informal, okay? Most of the time, if not all the time, you will probably not be using standard or substandard, okay? Or non-standard or substandard, right? We're not just going to write in slang, but that's what a lot of people use with texting nowadays, okay? 28.7, avoid slang in standard usage. Slang is a language that consists of coined or made-up words and standard words used to mean something other than their standard definitions. Slang can be witty and can create an especially vivid mental image. Slang should not be used in standard English for several reasons. One, it is often crude. Two, it usually becomes trite. We'll look at that in section 33 through overuse, but basically trite expressions are expressions that, number one, nobody really means, and then number two, they're expressions that are used to convey a point, but the point is missed because everyone overuses those expressions, okay? Go ahead and look at section 33 really quickly. Let's just look at a trite expression for an example, okay? Section 33, triteness, okay? On page 127. We'll go into more detail later on, but stuff like this you should avoid in your writing. Trite expressions are those which are dull or stale because of overuse, okay? So for example, add insult to injury after all that's been said and done, okay? An example of this would be, how many of you guys like watching YouTubers, okay? If you guys like watching YouTubers or any vloggers or anything like that, if you notice, like, one statement that they do at the opening is always just like, without further ado, let's get into the video. You know what I mean? So the saying, without further ado, okay, that would be a trite expression because every YouTuber uses it or everyone uses it. So that's what trite expressions are. No place like home, as luck would have it, better late than never. All of those are just trite expressions, okay? Obviously, we use some of those, but they're overused is basically what trite expressions are. So we should avoid trite expressions because it'll take away from the freshness of our paper and it'll kind of be dull and just like boring, if that makes sense. That's the whole point of avoiding a trite expression. Yes, Esther? I can't understand you. What terms? Idioms? No, that's a poetic device, but some of them can be if they are overused. The whole gist of trite expressions is just said too much, overused. That when you are trying to add life to your paper and vitality and kind of freshen it up a little bit, when you use trite expressions, it kind of just doesn't do its purpose. You know what I mean? So it's not that it's wrong to use trite expressions, but it doesn't really give your paper the oomph that it needs, basically. Okay? 28.8. Okay? Oh, sorry, at the end of 28.7, until a slang word does become standard, it should be omitted from your writing. The following are examples of slang. Okay? Goof off, that's slang. Basically means to waste one's time, shirk one's duties, mess around. All of that is slang usage. Okay? Kick the bucket, die, get lost. It means to go away. Cool or first rate or excellent. He copped out, a failure to commit to oneself. Get real, be serious. So words that are not formal. Okay? If you're thinking about a president of the United States just talking, okay, then all of a sudden he goes, get lost. Like, that's not formal. It's not wrong to say, but it's not formal, if that makes sense, okay? 28.8, avoid illiteracies in writing or speaking. Illiteracies include grammatical errors, misspellings, mispronunciations, and other substandard usages, okay? For example, I don't want no candy, okay? I do not want any candy. Second example, I ain't going nowheres tonight. I'm not going anywhere tonight, okay? Just stuff like that we should be able to spot and be able to correct, okay? Then 28.9, general American diction in most writing. That basically means don't use forms that are only in certain sections of the country. Use your vocabulary, and syntax should be intelligible to any reader in any section of the company. So kind of like something that's familiar in one part of the country and not to the other. For example, dialectal, which means according to that specific area. So for example, in the South, okay, everyone knows probably what it means, bless your heart, okay? But to someone who has never heard that expression before, no one knows what that means. You know what I mean? So, dialectal, the Emmets ruined our picnic, okay? Emmets may be something that you may call an ant in a part of the country, but nobody really knows what Emmets means, right? We would use ants. That's a general American. For example, what do you have in that poke? Okay, I've actually never heard any of these terms, okay, but I guess it's a thing. But people should be using general American. What do you have in that bag? After dinner, we sat on the gallery, okay? Another, what we would know that to be is, after dinner, we sat on the porch. So kind of use language that refers to everyone. 28.10, exercise good judgment in using foreign words and phrases. Okay, when you are writing in English, the purpose is to communicate, not to confuse the reader. So when you are using foreign words, make sure you explain what that means. So for example, if you're writing in another language, explain what it means. Same thing, okay, poor. Mark Twain was Samuel Clemens' nom de plume. Okay, it would be better to save the reader some trouble and simply say Mark Twain was Samuel Clemens' pen name. Okay, obviously some people know what that means, but if you are talking in a different language, further explain that. Okay, 28.11, avoid words that are no longer commonly used. Letter A, obsolete words and meanings. Basically, it just passes out of current usage. They're out of date. Basically, anything that was written in like old English that we would never understand today. So a lot of things that we studied in the Anglo-Saxon period, when we were reading through it, it was kind of difficult to understand because a lot of the words that were used, we don't use them today. Ort, morsel of food. Eagle, equal. Eftersoons, for soon after, same thing like that, okay? Obsolete meanings. Girl, to mean a child of either sex. Town, to mean a small garden. Deer, to mean any small animal. So things that they used back then, you don't have to use them today. Archaic words, the words thou, basically Bible language. thou, hast, mayest, thine. Avoid in your writing today. Poetic words, oft for often, tween for between, twill. Okay? You can use them in poetry, but a lot of times, well, not in your general writing. Okay? All right, let's practice it. Go to page 58. Okay? You don't have to use a dictionary. Maybe you can just fill out some of the things that we already know, but go ahead and turn to page number 58, exercise 109. Okay? Let's see how many we know that we can fix. Okay? With the help of a good dictionary, identify the following words or phrases such as formal, informal, colloquial, substandard, or non-standard, regional, dialect, slang, obsolete, archaic, poetic, humorous, French, Spanish, literary, etc. Okay, so any of those, you could probably just see what the deal of it, and maybe your book will help you a lot as well with looking which section to avoid. Okay, number 1 would be pretty easy. Anno Domini. What do you think that one would be, class? Right, it does mean the year of our Lord, but I meant talking about this section of what we were just going through in our book, Inappropriateness. Anno Domini, class, what is that? What is it? No, it's fine. Go ahead and say it. What is it? Sorry. Latin? Did you say Latin? Yeah, it is Latin, but what does that have to deal with, class? Foreign languages. Jeez. Okay, foreign languages. That's underneath. Okay, page 119. Okay. Where is that? Is it on here? Using a good... We were just talking about, 28.10. Okay, 28.10. Good judgment in using foreign words and phrases. Okay, I was like, we just talked about that. I know it's in here. Okay, so foreign languages, Latin, maybe that's something that you could probably spell out or just use AD or say in the year of our Lord. Okay. Number 2, we probably don't know what that one is. Arroyo. Does anybody know what that means? Okay, in this case, it's dealing with a region. Okay, so that one would be going with 28.9. Okay, that's just kind of what we're doing here, seeing if we can identify them. It doesn't help that we don't have a dictionary, which is fine. It's not my emphasis today. So number 2 would be 28.9, the region. Okay, or it's supposed to be southwestern U.S. Okay. To be honest, I've never heard of the word copacetic. Has anybody ever heard of that name? All right, well, let's look it up. Copa means in excellent order. It's informal.
Does that mean it's opposite?
Apparently, it's North American.
What?
I know.
Huh?
So it's something, it's kind of like that. Noah, please sit up. Okay, this isn't your couch at home. You're not lounging in my class. Okay? I know you wish, but not in my class. Okay? Copacetic is slang, or no, it's pronounced copacetic. Copacetic. Okay? It's slang, apparently. We're all learning new. We're all learning something new. Informal. Okay? Number 4 is also informal. Does anybody know what a chutzpah is?
I think it's chutzpah. I think it's chutzpah. I'm not sure though.
It's Yiddish word meaning impudence or gall. Undead bravery that borders on rudeness is chutzpah, which rhymes with futzpah. What? If you have chutzpah, you say what you think without worrying about hurting someone's feelings, looking silly, or getting in trouble. So basically, you have you're outspoken and or audacity. That's the word I would use here. Okay, so that would be informal. But you see what I mean? these words have meaning, but no one really knows what they mean. So in your writing, obviously you need to say what you mean and mean what you say. Okay? Number 5, finis. Okay, finish. Good. Okay, it is. It is. Okay? It is Latin, though. Okay, and it is standard. Okay, number 6. Might be able to tell this one. A hoot. A highly amusing person, object, or situation. Like, for example, oh, she's a hoot. It is, okay, or slang. Okay, non-standard, underneath that is slang, okay? Grammatical errors and slang, that's all non-standard. Wind chat is, it's a bird. I'm really enjoying what we think these words mean. When you win, what did you say? When you talk really fast? It's actually a bird. It's actually a bird.
Does the bird go fast?
But actually, since it is the name of a bird, this would be standard. Okay? Obviously, we don't know what it means, but maybe we're just uneducated. Standard. Okay? Number 8. Methinks. Methinks. Not slang, actually.
That's not slang?
Think of, like, no one uses the word methinks nowadays.
I've heard
Methinks. But they just think it's supposed to be I think, but they truly think it's methinks this. It's like the subject and the verb. But methinks, as in one word, actually is archaic. It's like old. It's old language.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just using a different, like, it's like old standards, meaning to, like, think. Or like, I think. Okay. Number 9, a serviette, which is a napkin. What is it? In this case, yes, but it is, since it's a different language, it's in French. It means a napkin. It's talking about the use of foreign words here. So, talking about in America, we say napkin, but I guess in the UK, they say a serviette.
I don't think so, though.
I know. And then number 10, snooty. Class, we've probably guessed that one.
Right?
Informal, good.
Oh.
As in, like, snooty, as in, yeah, a person is, like, uptight, snooty, a snob, all of that. So that's appropriateness, just being able to identify what's the problem with these words. The what? I just thought the one, we didn't know what wind chat was, and it actually ended up being a bird. All right, no homework for tonight since today is Wednesday. Continue to study for your test. We will, in literature for Friday, we will review that in grammar, or in literature class tomorrow. Okay? All right, you guys are dismissed.